Welcome back, Generals, to another Let's Fix Generals 0 hour to make the best game ever. Good, so what do we do? Right, so we continue with the reviews here. Let's see. The fix here should be further up in the code. Okay. Let me see. Builder objects. The fix should be further up in the code. Can make units on line 183. 183. Huh? Okay, it's looking at generals. 183. Can make units. Can make. Yeah. Can make. Will return. Can make no prereq. Which should be handled further up to return early. Can make units. Okay, can make no prereq. Can make. Well, build objects. Yeah, so what if we took this and moved this down here? Then I guess it would still complain, right? Maybe we can get rid of this here. Build objects. Can make unit. And then we can have a debug assert crash. Check is not now. We could do that, right? That should get rid of. That should get rid of this, I think. All right, stash. That's branch 18. 18 stash pop. Oops. We could probably do that, you know. Should probably revert this line. I'm not aware this exists, but we can brainstorm and come up with ideas, with high-level ideas. Do you want a meeting for this today? Okay, local variable is initialized but not reference. Oh. It's not even use. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let's try that. Okay, this seems to work. Morning is gone. Okay, then we do that. Then we do place event translator. Place event translator. Place event translator. CPP. Yeah. Okay, so we just need to delete this and that. And that. And take that. All right. Yeah. There we go. Can make units. Okay. Let's double check. They are the same. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let me check once more the generals. Oof. Okay. Refactor the codes. Remove the tests again and refactor it in a way to suppress the static analyzer warning. Okay. Let's check. Let me actually double check that this is really unused. Yeah, it is. Right. So the static analyzer simply is not so smart and does not see the null check. Let me double check that this is really the case. Break does not. If not okay, then it breaks out here. Does not see So the static analyzer is not so smart and does not see the null check. Does not see the null check on the function and the breakouts. It probably sees the null tests earlier and things needs to be tested down below as well. I figured the builder ID thing is unused, so we can remove that, which then also gets rid of the compiler warning. Does not see the null. Okay, so that is done. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3, 4. Remove unnecessary null pointer tests. I disagree with the solution here. It does not solve the actual problem, but merely the visual warning that is in the wrong place. If MD is null, it fails in line 162. I disagree with the solution here. It does not solve the actual problem. What is the problem? But merely the visual warning. Well, MD cannot be null. No. Replace that with that and that with that. What? This would imply that MD can be null. Can you show where it can be null? Can you show how it can be null? That the module data can be null. Can you show where it can be null. Can you show under which? Can you show how it can be null? I do not think that is. I do not think. Yeah, if he can prove that it can be null, then yes, we can add null check. Otherwise, I don't think so. From what I've seen, it can't be null. It's not expected. If it is null, then there must be some bigger issue, right? So like if we add a null check, it will hide a problem, right? But the problem is still there, that the module data somehow is null when it shouldn't be null, right? So you shouldn't have a module without a module data, because then there's nothing that describes this module, right? So yeah, I would need to see like how this happens. Then yeah, I don't think that that's what happens. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. That is number 25. Yeah. 25. Okay, so. Mm, 25. Where is it? This one. Okay. Where we can use array size. Yeah. Let's use array size. I don't know why they called the magic number as a 200. I mean, did he say magic number? Yeah, magic number. Yeah. Not really magic when there's a 200 here and a 200 there and there. Right. Yeah. Good. This will work, right? Reduce literal value clones. remove literal value clones. Fixed. Oof. Oof, TM. Registered copyright. Oof. Okay, next. Not so much left. Okay. Do a comment here. Okay, no comments here. Let's take a look at this one. Get all selected dict data. Looks good. Actually, did he touch it on both? Hold on. So there's this one and this, yeah. Did you put it at the right locations? Clear customize flag. Update the UI. Oh, hold on. Now looking at it again. Clear customize flags. And init sound. Is this placed at a consistent? This is code placed at a consistent location with generals. This one is... This one I don't know. I will merge this right away. Okay. This change removes unnecessary null pointers. If we are sure that the slots are not null, then I'm not sure the debugger still is needed. But it can't harm either. I put the assert because it also acts as a means of documentation. Documentation. It is not awfully obvious that this is not that the slot pointers are not expected, that the slot pointers are expected to be valid. And sets the right expectations. Okay, prevent dereferencing null pointer button in there. Print reading data. Maybe that's it. What is branch 32? Create BMP. Is this fail actually? Is this actually called? It is. Take screenshot. Yeah. Okay. So what are they saying? 5 other early returns is significant potential for memory leaks. Okay, let me see. Create file. Yeah. 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 That's true. uh, yeah, yeah. Okay, let me look at that. So, if local alloc fails, then return. Mm-hmm. 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 So either we build a ladder or or yeah. Mm, mm, hmm, hmm. So we can say here. So how about we say if this is not invalid, ugh, then we go here. Mm, put this. Mm, close handle. Mm. Okay. Okay, how about we update the tabs? Yeah. I mean, okay, so first we need to do that bullshit. And then we say if that, then we say if write file, if write file, if write file. Write file. There we go. It's a typical C function, isn't it? PMB HF. Okay. Maybe you can also move this down here. Nah, let's leave it up here. Close handle, local free. No, it should be free, should be safe, right? So here, close the handle in here. Here we free at the end. View off. Yeah. Let me do a comparison without the white space. Yeah, looks good. Okay, so fix memory leaks in the But this memory leak would have ever happened if we actually used this. Well, if you couldn't write out the file, right? Yeah. And memory leaks. Fix. Okay. Fix the leaks. Fix the potential memory leaks if file creation would fail. File creation or write out would fail. Memory. Okay, add missing break keywords between switch labels. Looks safe since they would have fallen into the default case and hit the break there. Yes. Yes. Copy paste error. Yeah. Debug log. If not, is pass in directory. What outside? Okay. Okay. Not file system is path in directory. Follow up for, oops. Okay. Approve. Good. So we have a lot of approved changes. Then how about we start merging these guys to clean up a little bit the yeah, 28 are approved. Good. Then let's start from the back. I would say we start with these two here. No, this one. Buck unifier. Let's call this backports, bug fixes from 0. Okay. Okay. Next. Check vector size before accessing first element. How about we call this? Oh, we don't merge it yet. I still have an open question here, right? Yeah. Okay. Then let's merge. Let's merge. Let's start merging here the small ones. This, that, that. Okay, that's quite a lot. 4 throughs. Yeah, I think that's fine. Mm. 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 Oh, I see. It already has many cases. Yeah, it is a bit unrelated to this change. can refactor in a future change. Has a few cases. Okay. Okay. I think this was a pretty straightforward fix. Yeah. I wonder if we should add this one to the stability milestone. Transfer velocity. I mean, it's unlikely that we call this with null, right? So, this one is certainly concerning stability. Yeah. Let me add a stability here. Okay, here we wait. Prevent buffer overrun. Let's change brights. Debug crash. Looks good. That's very safe. There's a typo here. In initialize. There we go. Okay, I think that's the current batch. Can probably also merge this one here. This change fixes the incorrect default resolution selection in the options menu when the loaded resolution does not match the active display resolution. Better call this current width and current height. Why? I guess we could rename it here. Display W to width and this to height. Yeah. Options menu, resolution selection. Options menu in it. Display width. Display height. I think that's fair. Okay. So this I will name rename display width, display, oh my gosh, display height. renamed to display with display height. I chose display because these values are taken from the display. So I think that matches. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have merged a lot of shit. Yeah. Really a lot of shit. um. Okay, cool. Okay, then we wait until this is done building. Other than this, I think, let's see what we have here now. Notifications. This will not work correctly because then the victim postcode pass would be ignored. It needs to go right after that. If it's not, it will take the branch at 650. Near the top of the function. 650. Victim. Let's see. Okay, I see what he suggests here. Mm. Mm. This refactor would um, what is going on here? uh, I see. This is quite some confusing code, isn't it? Huh. Hmm. Oof. Yeah. I would say that the copy constructor being private tells the user of the class that the counter should not be directly copied. It puts emphasis on the required functionality at the source and that copying is invalid. But it will prevent objects. It will prevent objects from copying that use these ref counters. It would be and full objects copying that use these ref counters. This cannot be desirable. So basically anyone who uses this class would then, so a class uses this ref count value, and then that class that uses it cannot be copied anymore because the copying is private, right? So yeah, that doesn't sound right. Unless I'm misunderstanding something here. Yeah. Okay. 008. 008. Zero zero eight. What do we do? Uh, Victim object, victim. Okay, so he suggests to move this shit up. Yeah. Damage amount. This is weird here, the victim pause. It's never used. It's never used. Yeah. Let me see. So, estimate weapon template damage. Let me see where this is called. I think we already looked at that previously, but let's look again. Oof. So estimate weapon damage. Yeah. So that is called with a null position. And here it is called with a target, with an object. Yeah. Here as well. Target. What is this? Object. Yeah, it seems it's only called with objects. It's never called with positions. Yeah. Okay. Okay, then... Okay. Okay, so he says we take this guy, damage amount. Okay, then... Yeah, so we take this guy and we move it... We move it up here. We say if that, then return damage amount. Then we make this const, death type. I put this guy here. And then damage amount, okay. Bonus. Victim position. Damage hack. Need to examine the damage hack type for damage estimation purposes. So I think we can remove that, and then we put that here. So it doesn't really matter what we pass here. If victim object is, yeah. Good, then yeah, we can do that. Jesus Christ. I need some passive music. Okay, so, I think we can do that. Okay, let's copy that fix over to this one. So I put this here. Move all that and that. And then I forgot we can then also remove all these conditions here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's see if that makes sense. Man. Damage type. This kind of mine. Okay. Okay, let me compare this without white space changes. Makes it a bit easier to look at. Yeah. Yeah. Damage amount is at the top. Yeah, makes sense. Victim object equals null. Can also add here a little bit of spacings. Okay, I make really bad picks here. Good. So this looks okay to me. Yeah. Okay. Refactor. There you go. Push. Okay. Okay, and I think it's not actually a fix, it's just a refactor essentially in the end. Okay. Fixed. Okay. Copy constructor. Copy constructor, not the assignment. Not the assignment. Oh. That would be the whole point. It requires a class using a reference explicitly. Yeah, he did say copy constructor. Okay, so he meant the copy assignment, the assignment operator. Okay. That would be the point requires a class using a ref counter to explicitly make a new reference counter, but setting the ref count to 1 when allowing a copy construction of the ref should not be so bad. Just put some. Okay, so making the assignment private. Making the assignment private. Making the assignment private. Oh. Making the assignment private. Yeah. the assignment operator was private, then it means that the operator, let's say if the operator equal was private, then it means that the operator of the user class would also be private, right? Would also be implicitly private, right? Yeah, so I think if we made this private, then you won't have an implicit assignment operator. Let's try this. Let's test this. So we have fix ref count class. Let's take that branch. Yeah. Yeah. So then we go to ref count. Yeah. And then we we just put a like a inline function down here, yeah. Inline void test, yeah. And so yeah, we have a ref count. We put a, let's say we create a struct, my struct, yeah. And in the struct we have a ref count value. And then maybe we also have like an integer a, it's like this 0, and this one is also an integer, right? Okay, so we have this guy, yeah. And then here we now create a struct str, yeah, and then we create a second one, str2, str1, and now we do str1 equals str2. Will that work? That works right now, yeah, probably. And then now if we were to put this one private now, here, private, and then this public, then it wouldn't work anymore. Yeah, it's a deleted function. There we go. Let me get the compiler so that we can copy paste that into the. I tested this, and the following happens. CPP. There we go. Okay, and there we are here. There we go. There we go. Error. We do not want this. Yeah, so that's not what we want here. Yeah. Good. Mm. Good. Close the junk here. Okay, then how about next we go to remotes and we fetch and prune all the remotes. Yeah. Slumlord. Yeah. Okay. Good. So we have a whole lot of changes in our main branch. So we pull that. There we go. Good. Gone. Okay. Delete. We can already delete that. Okay. What now? In these instances, I've been referring to the copy constructor, not the copy assignment. Okay, but that's the same. But that's the same concern, right? Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, looks like the discussion is still ongoing. Let me see. So, fix refcount class. Okay, so let me copy this here once again. We go to refcount. Okay, so we make now both private. This one and this one, yeah? Good, so. Actually, no, the other one is public. This one is public, yeah? Okay. Good, so now we can assign, but then I think this will fail, right? str1. This will fail. Okay. Okay. would reply, but okay. This is the same. This leads to the same story though. Fails to compile. I think it should be up to. I think it should be up to my struct to decide whether copy construction or assignment is allowed. Ref count should not should not rule this. To decide whether copy construction or assignment is allowed. There we go. Let me also put it into CPP so it's easier to read. Yeah, so I'm not sure what the goal of this would be. I think it's better to say, if I really want my struct, which uses a ref counter, to not be able to copy or assign, then it should be decided in my struct. It shouldn't be decided by this, right? It's this that should decide it, because it's perfectly legal to say, I want to copy everything that's in my struct, but yeah, the expectation is the ref counter is not copied because it's a special value, right? Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so next story. We can delete this one here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think you can edit commands button.ini to map this. 23. On 23. Good. Hmm. Okay, so how about we continue creating new changes? What's the time? 2 hours. Maybe take a short break. Oof. Maybe. Okay. Okay. Okay, do we want to merge this one? 6 character for resolution. I wonder if we should say here bug fix though. Now makes a selection with the active display resolution. With the active display resolution is the most relevant to make a selection with. So let's say originally, an original game, if you put a custom would this have been a bug in the original game? Oh, let me think. Was this a bug in the original game? Maybe not. Bug in the origin. Oh, hard to say. This change fixes the incorrect default resolution selection in the options menu. Incorrect default resolution. When the loaded resolution does not match the active display resolution. So let's say I have custom resolution set and then, well, it would not be shown. We wouldn't create it. I think this is... Yeah, I think this is not a original game bug. It's more like the way we have fixed it that it now shows the resolution. Well, hold on. If we reload the resolution. Yeah, it is a bug. It is a bug because if you, yeah. It is a bug fix. It is a bug fix. Then I think what we should do is we should find the string and we say it's a bug fix. There we go. Bug fix. There we go. All right. Tweak label. Okay, let me see this one here. Present fix is too complicated. Okay. Ah, okay. So he made the changes. Prevent hang. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Player names. Max slots. Look how much simpler this code now is. Yeah, much better. Okay, so is scrapping actually a proper word? Scrapping? Scraping? Scrapping? Scrapping. What is the difference between scraping and scrapping? I have no idea. Be mindful, scrape your seat across the floor. Scrap metal. Removing some scraping. Should this be scrapping or scraping? I suggest build the vector in build the vector in this class and return it. Because right now this expects passing the vector with a correct size, which is not so nice. Empty. Names truncate. Okay, while truncate amount is larger than 0. Truncate. Truncate. I think this implementation probably is not optimal. We want truncate any names. Remove. So it looks like it iterates through all the player names, and as long as there is a truncate amount, it will loop through each, and it will remove one character from each, and then it will repeat. But this means, actually, is that okay? I think it's unfair. It's unfair because then a long player name will cause shorter player names to truncate. I think that's not fair. I think this implementation is not fair to players that have shorter names. So currently, so with this implementation, the players will be truncated like so. Starts. Then we have, let's say, the dude, yeah, the dude. the prince, yeah, and then we have holy smokes long long holy smokes as long or long as fat wasteful name. Start, and then first iteration, and then it would cut off this and this and this, right? It would cut off from all three. Players will be truncated. Player names will be truncated like so. First iteration. Better name. Dude, prince. This implementation is not fair to players that have short names. Player names will be truncated like so. Start. First iteration. The dude, the prince, wasteful num. Better, the dude, the prince, wasteful n. Yeah. So basically, it would be better if the long nicknames are truncated first, and only if we reach like this length, then it will also start truncating the other ones. So I think this should be implemented in a way that it starts truncating the long ones, and then starts truncating the long names. To do that, you can take the max. You can take the max length of all player names, and then use that as the cap to do that. To do that, you can take the max length of all player names, and then use that as a cap to start truncating on the iterations. However, that is a wasteful algorithm. How can we implement it more efficiently? You could sort these guys. Yeah. I think a more efficient way to implement it is to sort the names. Sort the names. A more efficient way to implement it is to sort the names in a use a local array with indices to the vector to sort the names, and then start truncating from top to bottom of that sorted names of the sorted names. Yeah. More efficient way to is to sort the names first, and then start truncating from longest to smallest names. Yeah. So first you sort the names by the length. So the longest strings, they are at the top, and then you start truncating on these guys, and then you go down. Like once the first one reaches parity with the second one, then you start truncating there as well. Do you even need a loop? Let me think. Do you even need a loop? You can it probably doesn't even need a loop then. You just sort, and then you can yeah. In a way that it starts truncating the long names, that it's aggressively starts truncating the long names first. To do that, you can take the max length of all plain names and then use that as a cap and the iteration. But there is a wasteful algorithm. A more efficient way is to sort the names first and then start truncating from the longest to smallest names. Maybe it can be implemented without excessive loops even. Note that remove last char is also quite a wasteful operation. Okay. Yeah, so the way this is implemented right now is really wasteful, because here we have this loop. Here we have another loop. This function also is a loop because there's a strlen inside this thing. So this function is actually quite a bit expensive. Now, in the grand scheme of things, it's, you know, not a big deal, but still, it can be made more efficient, I would say. Because this string is also continuously rebuilt, right? If someone changes options, this whole string, I think, is rebuilt in the match room. So, for example, if you pick a different color, I think this game info string is rebuilt from scratch. This is expected. Null test is not necessary. Slot is not expected null. Okay, format. Formats. Jesus Christ. Get IP. Player names str. Right, so he has this here. Considering the debug assert crash below, I think we can remove this this return and lock here because it will be covered. Because it will be covered by the asserts. I think we can remove this return and the lock here. This should be smaller equal. Instead, should this be instead? LAN max options length. Max option. Hold on. Can we do the LAN and perhaps we can do judging by the debug asserts crash below. Perhaps we move this assert to where the new debug log is above. Where the new debug log is above. So originally it would have returned info string if it was unable to truncate theoretically. What happens if we return an empty string or a string that is too long, that is longer than the cap? So originally it would have returned the long string if it was unable to truncate, unable to theoretically truncate. What happens if we return an empty string or I realized that maybe we should remove the fat, just long ass. First iteration now. First iteration warfare. Theoretically. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, it certainly the fix goes in the right direction, but I think it needs a bit more polishing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that so it's a long name truncating. I think it would be better if we truncate the long names first because these are like a long name has more characters to be recognizable, right? So if you have if you have a short name and you start truncating the short name, then that's less forgiving than if you truncate the long name, right? So for recognition, right? So I would say truncate the longer ones first, and yeah, truncating the short ones is the last resort, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. The thing that shouldn't be copied should prevent itself from being copied. The thing that shouldn't be copied. That is how I've always seen and done it. In this instance, having the copy constructor set the reference on the copy to one is not so bad. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I think in this case, um, I think in this case, defaulting the ref counter to one on copy is perfectly reasonable. Mm. In this case, defaulting the ref counter to one on copy is perfectly reasonable. EA has written it like that, and it is also I would say it's industry standard practice to make it to ref count class. Let me just shorten the sentence like this. Fast forwarding of replay seems a bit less stuttery. Good. I think I will take a break here. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe not. I will be right back. Okay, so, oh, sorry. There's one more thing that just came to my mind. Regarding this one. One more consideration here is will a new implementation for the truncate be compatible with retail with retail game clients? To test this, you can use RTS multi-instance and launch one client before this change, one after, then matchmake and LAN. To test this. Compile this. Yeah, we need to make sure that whatever we do with the truncation, that it's compatible with the retail client when they matchmake. Hopefully it is, but maybe it's not. And if it's not, then the way the truncate works should be replicated to what the original does, roundabouts, minus the hang, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, if it hangs, edits, on the other hand, the original implementation will hang up, so perhaps does not matter at all. Yeah, maybe it's a non-issue. Good. So are we ready to merge this one? Okay, I think it's good to go. Okay, fix incorrect default resolution selection in the options menu when the loaded resolution does not match the active display resolution. That's quite a mouthful, isn't it? Okay. Confirm, squash, and merge. Good. Delete branch. Good. Holy smokes. Good. Then we can get the latest main. Then we can delete this one. back here. Okay. So the next one is this guy. Then let me create that. Good. Create branch. There we go. Texture loader, load thumbnail. This change prevents. This change prevents using uninitialized memory, locked rects in texture loader, load thumbnail. Is this actually, is this a tangible issue? Load thumbnail. Lock rects. Lock rects. Labels fix minor. Texture loader. Texture loader. Texture loader. Texture loader. Locked rects. There we go. All right. Good. Next. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Good. Keep on fixing. Keep on fixing. Okay, what is this? Delta. Ensure dict. Delta. This change prevents using uninitialized memory delta. Fix minor. Is it really a fix though? Let me open that function. dict.cpp. 192 delta translate data delta. So basically there would have to be some conditions. Okay, this one would have to be null. this one would have to be delta. To translate. I have no idea. It could be a fix, could be not. I don't know. Yeah. Prevents. I think. Next. Prevent unlikely buffer overrun. Yeah. Why? New indices, new int. What was the problem? New indices, new int, and then what? I indices to select begin. What is the problem? Buffer overrun by writing new indices. Why is it complaining in the first place? I don't see it right now. Why is it complaining? New indices equals that thing. Indices to select. I don't know. This is a bit tricky here. Yeah, it's been a while that I looked at it. Why did it complain then? I remember touching this, but I can't remember why it would be complaining then. New indices. So we allocated by the size. Now we also allocate. We count with. Yeah. Delete new indices. Uh, okay, let me search for this thing here. Okay, so this is the changed. Let's go back to the previous one, which is this, right? So that's the original. Good. So, and here it complained then here, right? Is it only doing that because of this being signed? What happens if we do this unsigned? Unsigned, let's do size T J. J, J, J. No, that also complains. Okay, why is it complaining exactly? What is this? Ah. I can't remember why exactly it makes unhappy the count I. Do we have like an index here? Okay, how about we create a size T count index 0. Then we do index smaller count plus plus index. There we go. Now make this const. Move this here. Yeah, how about we do that? There we go. Okay, but then why did it... I still don't understand, why did it complain before? It complained because... I don't know why. Because... Spaces to select again. Is to select count. I think here. I described it as preventing unlikely buffer overrun. So there would have been a chance. Where's the chance? Index begin is not end. It's not end. I can't remember why it would trigger this. Even by looking at I don't see it anymore. I remember I understood it, but now I don't understand it anymore. So it would have a size. It would have a size, yeah, and then we iterate according to the iterator. We count up. Seems fine. Why would the compiler complain? I will revert this and call it suppress compiler warning about buffer overrun. Suppress or yeah. Why do we need to hold on? Why do we do this so complicated with the iterator then? Oh, it's a set. It's a set. Oh. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 So a set doesn't have like it doesn't have indexing, right? So this guy, you cannot index this thing. It doesn't have that. Right. Yeah. So basically, it's just creating a array out of the sets. That's it, right? Yeah. 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 I think I would just push it and yeah. This change suppresses what I'm wanting, but I I do not quite I do not understand or forgot why the compiler is warning about the buffer overrun, but refactoring this code will suppress this warning. Refactoring this code a bit will suppress this warning. Labels minor refactoring. I think functionality wise nothing changes. We could also assign this guy in here like that. Then we can make this shorter here. Okay. Press the sec. Warning about it, but affecting this code a bit will suppress this warning. Functionality wise, nothing should change. Maybe we should write this as this. Okay, next. Next. Okay. Okay. What is this? What is this? Huh? Rail transport AI update. Rail transport game logic MD. That is G. Here. Line 223. 223. There we go. Okay, but it's still here reading invalid data. It's still there. Reading invalid data. But that doesn't seem to be very helpful. I will go to the next one, skip it for now. Closest vec. Okay, that one looks pretty straightforward. Partition manager. Oof. Prevent. Closest vec. Dist vect. Max dist, smaller, huge dist. Huge dist. Faster GCO. Get closest object. Not faster GCO. Closest back. Quad 3D. Closest back. So found any. Right. Found any. Found any. District. I would skip that for now as well. I need to look at it once more. Oh boy. Oh boy. This one, result 0, that should be fairly safe, right? Let me see that. Result 0. Yeah, so this is more like a refactor. Yeah. We could also, instead of initializing it here, we could also do could also make we could also make a default break default break, and we could initialize it in here 0. We could do that instead. Yeah. We wouldn't even need this. We could just say return 4. We could say yeah, just return 4. Return 4. Yeah, how about we do that? Maybe that's a bit better. Then we don't initialize it from the get-go. Ah, but hold on, here it's different. Oh, it's small. Okay, but initialize it here. Okay, but the same applies here. We do the same here. Default. Default return 4. Break. Yeah, just to make the compiler happy. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. Yeah. Then here we remove that. So this is also a refactor, right? This change prevents using uninitialized memory to make the compiler happy. Okay, and then we will, what do we do? This change prevents using that to make the compiler happy, and we need to pass the, what file is a partition manager? Partition manager. Oof. what? Partition manager. Results. I think we're looking at results. This one. There we go. This this is effectively just a refactor, because this is impossible to happen by the given. This effectively just a refactor, because this is impossible to happen because we expect passing valid enum values only. Because this is impossible to happen because we returning handling default case is just courtesy. It's just courtesy. Okay, next. Okay. What is this? Partition manager must be attached to an object here. Debugger set object is not. Ah, I see. Yeah, I think this one is also unlikely to hit, right? This code. Yeah, so this is also effectively just a refactor. Yeah. Refactor minor. This change prevents using uninitialized memory. Effectively, this changes nothing. Just courtesy, to make the compiler happy. Effectively, this changes nothing. other than preventing crashing if an unexpected code path was taken. Okay, and the warning was partition manager. I think it's about these guys here, right? We do not expect this to happen in the game. Okay. Okay. Keep on going. Right. Okay, so this one. This one I'm not sure of. Yeah. So the problem here is it were a cylinder is this used geometry cylinder. Let me see. Probably is. Yeah, so this one, yeah. It looks risky. Touching this looks really risky, yeah. Geometry cylinder. Is this function actually called? It's used here for some debugging. Attached to ghost objects. What does koi mean? What is that? Koi. Koi. Koi should probably be null here. What is koi? What does that mean? Collision, objects, cell, object intersection, cell and object intersection. That could be koi. Yeah. Attached to ghost objects. I think we need to get an understanding of when this thing is called, what it is used for. Let me put a breakpoint in here. Let's de-optimize this file. Yeah. So my worry is that something that is, is cylinder is no longer treated as a box. So would this be a recipe for mismatch with a retail game client? So that's a bit worrying, right? Because I don't know, it probably creates a different value here, right? So it could be risky. Yeah. Could be risky. Yeah. Okay, let me look over the code once more, then we can merge this. Reference cutter can be copied. Good. Then let me merge that. Okay, while we wait for the compilation, let's take a look at this. Money withdraw and deposit audio is no longer accessed if it ends up unused due to play sound being false. Not a massive performance implication. Performance. Play sound. We do this frequently enough that this is a performance hit to do. Withdraw, money withdraw. Get miss, get miss. Okay, so this is just a refactor. It's not even a performance implication. We do this frequently enough that this is a performance hit. Money withdraw sound. Withdraw. Withdraw is that like any any unit production. Withdraw is like deducting, right? Deducting a value from the money. So like if you buy something, then it plays a sound. So if you build a unit or you build a building, it would play this withdraw sound. Yeah, I guess it's fair. Yeah. I see nothing wrong here. It says play sound, amount to deposit. Ah, it's withdraw and depositing, both. Aha, so also it's getting money. I see. Yeah, it looks pretty safe. Do not acquire money transaction order if the play sound parameters for us. So this is just a refactor minor. Looks correct and safe. Good, so we have compiled this. And then let me install that. Install that. So we put a breakpoint down here, right? Good, and let me see if we get a hit here. Yeah. We need to get a little bit of understanding what this is for. Ghost object. A ghost object, as far as I'm aware, are the objects that you see in the fog that are outdated, right? So when the fog covers the landscape, there's already a hit. Wow. So it's even in the shell map. Jesus Christ. Okay. So if I think ghost object is if it's somewhere in the somewhere in the world you have an object, then the fog covers that object, and then you have this ghost object because you don't know what happens actually in the fog. So that ghost object just stays there, right? Yeah. Okay. So this one was result 4 cells to okay. Okay, so this thing gets hit here. Yeah, let's see the call stack. Partition. Okay, what is it registering? What is this? Winter nature wind loop. That sounds like an audio object, right? A sound emitter. Huh. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Koi array count. Koi array. May throw. May throw. May throw. Okay, I still have no clue. Let me, okay, so it also hits that for chain link fence. Okay, so there are objects that have box collisions and others that have a cylinder or sphere collision, right? Geometry, yeah. 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 What is happening then with this? An object intersection. I'm not sure about this. What this means. I don't know. It looks risky. But a partition manager, it's like an octree, isn't it? It's just an octree for lookups, right? So maybe it's just local, client local. Well, am I mistaken here? Well, probably not even an octree. Probably it's just like a flat, flat cells, maybe. Manages the entire partition collision system. Partition cells and corresponds to the world system. Updates partition data is needed during update phase. Pending undo shroud reveals. I think it looks risky to me. It looks. I don't know the implications of this. Let me put here if. Let's do a test here. If cells. If cells times cells is not results, then let's do result equals cells. Just start testing. I'm going to put a breakpoint here. Yeah. And we remove this breakpoint, this break statement, so that we fall in there. And we see like if we get like a mismatch between these cell counts of a cylinder and the box, right? If that happens, which gives a first clue, right? Did we put it into the correct project? Yeah, that's 0 1. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it does hit. So here we have cells 2 times 2. Oof. Oh, right. We should say we need to say if geom is not that and that. There we go. Let's try that again. Okay. Okay, we don't get any hits. Okay. Let's launch this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so it's not a hit. So it seems that it's not a problem. Notepad. Okay, so what I will do is play it safe. I will put this thing behind an if retail compatible, if not retail compatible CSC, and if there we go. I think that would be the safest thing to do here. Yeah, let's do that. I want to play it safe here. Oof. Let's search this function. There we go. Okay. Then let me put fix behind not retail compatible CSC. Okay, so this one. Oh, that's wrong. Yeah. Fix 3 decimal imputation. This change fixes trade. Changing this. I I do not know the implications of this change for game logic. So I put this behind the not retail compatible CSC macro. I did load a map with all affection units, and it tested if the result would be different for we should also say geometry sphere fictional sphere and geometry cylinder. I did load a map with all affection units and tested if the result would be different for the two cases, but that breakpoint never hits. So it seems that the missing break is perhaps inconsequential, but yeah, it does not look, yeah. I did load a map with affection. That breakpoint never hit, so it seems that the missing break is perhaps inconsequential. In practice. So that missing break is perhaps inconsequential in the game. Good, so I would say here fix minor. But yeah, to say, but this change fixes. I don't know the implication of this change. Yeah. Okay. I think we should remove it eventually, but not now. Well, if there's like a performance gain from using SCD string in favor of ASCII string, then yes. Otherwise, no. uh, I mean, also not just yeah, performance obviously, but also space. Like SCD string does have small string optimization, but that on Microsoft compiler there's just 15 characters. But it always, like, an empty string still takes 24 bytes. It's really big, so that's not good. Yeah, I'm not sold on SCD string really because it has problems. Um, the thing is, the SCD, the standard template library, it's made for general purpose, right? It's not specifically made for video games. So you need to keep that in mind. Like, just using the thing because it's in the standard does not mean it's the best template class to go with. Yeah, so I don't think it's a good argument to say just because it's in the STL that this needs to be used. I don't think that's a good argument. We need to use whatever is the most suitable to run the game fast and efficient. That must be the benchmark, and not if it's in the standard, because the standard is not catered towards the game or any game. It's just general purpose, and a standard template library is perfectly fine for many things. It's general purpose use cases, but yeah, it's not the pinnacle for all the use cases, right? Yeah. Yeah. And C++, I mean, it is all about the performance. You want to write fast code. You don't want lags, right? Stalls. Everything needs to be fast. Good. Then I think it's good time to take a break here. Yeah, it has been 4 hours, 8 minutes. Yeah. Okay, let me take a break, and next session we continue with creation here. Yeah, maybe we can get it done today, but it's quite slow. Yeah. Yeah. Good. We got a bit of stuff done, so that's good. Then I wish you a great day or night. Until next time. Goodbye.